Mic testing 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2.
I'm great. Thank you so much. I did get help.
1 2 1 2.
I'm great. Thank you so much. I did get help. Yes, he delivered it. I'm great. Thank you so much. I did get help. Oh, it's yes, he delivered it. I'm great. Thank you so much. I did get help. Oh, it's yes, he delivered it. I'm great. Thank you so much. I did get help. Oh, it's yes, he delivered it. I'm great. Thank you so much. I did get help. Oh, it's yes, he delivered it. I'm great. Thank you so much. I did get help. Oh, it's yes, he delivered it. I'm great. Thank you so much. I did get help. Oh, it's yes, he delivered it. I'm great. Thank you so much. I did get help. Oh, it's
Recording in progress. 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 Recording in progress.
Traveling, and we started late, so iyangiphazamisa le nto le ngoba mina ngiyazizwa.
Recording in progress.
Traveling. Yeah, maybe let's start with our meeting. We intended to start at 10, but because so guys from IT, they were still working on setting up, putting things together, plus also the Wi-Fi traveling of Parliament. Yeah, maybe let's start with our meeting. And honorable members were not receiving their emails, but what we are trying to do now is that they were still working on your private putting emails together, plus also and so that honorable members can be able to get documents. We haven't sent you all the documents, but I'm sure honorable members, with regards to the agenda, you do have the agenda, honorable members. Do you have the agenda? What we're trying to do now is that okay, using so you do have the agenda. Plus also other documents, the first document that is going to be presented by Dr. Tembe and Kashifa and I'm sure with regards I think you do have that document, the agenda, but the other document for okay for the council you do have the agenda. Plus also other documents, it's not yet sent to your email address. Dr. Tembe, and so we are going to send it to your private email. I think you do have that document. That document, but the other document, please, honorable members, don't send documents that we are sending to you. The council, keep them to yourselves, so that it's not yet sent notification of email address. Don't send, and so we are going to send it to your private email. I think you do have that document. That document be for public consumption, because things that are happening around other people, when they get your ID, they go and do other things. So you need to keep them very safe, so that you must also remember Paian. Please, we need to treat them with respect, so that we don't expose them to scammers. I declare this meeting officially open. It's been a long period of recess. We thank God that we are all back as honorable members of this portfolio committee. Over the weekend, we're burying one of our honorable members of parliament from the ANC, Honorable Anastasia Mdau. She was serving in the portfolio committee of social development, but also she's coming from my region in Ekurhuleni. So for the past week, I was busy with the task team in preparation for her burial on Saturday. May her soul rest in peace. I think we met at a time during August month. August month is very important for us as women. But there are many things that are happening during this month. I'm sure you have seen. I don't remember whether it's the beginning of this month or it was end of the month last month, where 8 women were raped in Krugersdorp. And there are other things that are happening. There was another woman here in Cape Town who was hijacked. She was driving herself, trying to whether taking pictures on the road because of the beauty of Cape Town, and she got attacked there. And I'm not even sure whether she's alive or not, because I couldn't get time to follow up that story. But what is worse is the issue of the 21 young people who passed on in Eastern Cape. I saw on the media that those families were complaining that up until to date, they haven't received a post-mortem or a forensic report from the Department of Health in the Eastern Cape. And they're not updated also by the police on how far are they with that case. And I'm sure what we are going to do as the portfolio committee, honorable members, is to write to the Minister of Health in the Eastern Cape on why are the families until to date haven't received the forensic report on what exactly happened, what killed those young people. I think the second one is regards to the police. We need to write the letter also to the Minister of Police and ask on how far are they with the case of the deceased young people. I think the last one is the Department of Social Development in the Eastern Cape. You remember when we were there, honorable members, we were promised, and those families were promised also that they'll be given counseling. But according to what was said by one of the parents, is that up until to date, they haven't received any counseling. So those are the 3 letters that we are going to write to the department of the 3 departments of the Eastern Cape. And I'm not sure what else do you want us to take forward regarding this matter, but also we're going to write to our own department, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, on what role have they played regarding this incident, because the Department of Women can be quiet when they are also responsible for young people. But I think the other thing, honorable members, It's regarding to gender-based violence. I think it's like it's escalating every day. I'm not sure why, what is happening exactly, because it seems like women are still not free. They can't walk free. We can't even drive free because women are being hijacked. There are many things that are happening there in our roads, especially in Gauteng. We've been hearing stories of women being hijacked. Now, of late, it's even scary to even go to the garage. But because we are told that there are people who will follow you to the garage, others will ask for lifts. And when you try to be providing that help, and then you find yourself having other people in your car. And, now of late, the way it is, they are saying there are even old women that are working with these criminals. So it's a very serious problem. We're no longer sure whether we must give people lifts. How? Sorry for that. I forgot that I must switch off or put my phone on silence. Sorry, honorable members. So it's a problem because you will wait and give somebody a lift and not knowing that that person is a criminal. You're exposing yourself for danger. So please drive safe. Don't stand on the roads. If you're on the road, just be vigilant and check everywhere. Others are being hijacked when they're driving with their own kids. So there are many things, honorable members, that are happening out there. I hope that you are going to take care of yourselves, even try to make your families aware, and that when you go to the banks, in one incident, it said that that lady was meant to go and open an app to increase her daily limits. And when she went, she started to increase her daily limit, and then they went to another garage again. They said increase again. So those people, they even check our bank balances. If you still have money, they continuously say increase your daily limit. But fortunately, they say Standard Bank became suspicious. That why is this person changing places and increasing his daily limit? And then they just blocked that account because they could see that something is fishy here. So please, when you go to the malls or wherever you are withdrawing, go to safe places and don't go alone. And I'm sure it's a message that we are sending to all our communities that they must be very, very careful. When they go to ATMs, they must go in places where it's safe, and they must not go alone, because now of late, it's no longer safe for each and every one of us. So with those opening remarks, I declare this meeting officially open. I think when you look at the agenda, honorable members, for today, Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to your good self, honorable members, and our support staff. Chair, I know I'm a bit out of order, but one must firstly support and welcome your opening remarks. Whilst the chairperson was talking about the situation in the Eastern Cape, Honorable Chair, I think we must add together with that in writing to the department, also look into the situation of women and children in the community halls who were affected by the disasters in April. We do understand that government is in the process of making interventions in including the provision of temporal housing for the victims of the floods. But there are reports, Honorable Chairperson, that the gender-based violence cases in those halls are really on the rise. Women are being abused, children are also being sexually harassed in those halls because they are staying, together with everybody, men, children, boys and girls, all of them are in one hall. So I think it would be important, Honorable Chair, whilst we are still waiting on the interventions from government, to ask the department to also look closely into the situation that women and children are finding themselves in. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masiko. That one is very important. I think what we can also do, Honorable members, is to go do oversight and check the state of how those women and children treated in those places, because it's something that we never thought of. We thought, sometimes we take things for granted, that, everyone knows that these people are in a state where they need help. They are not in a good state where they will go to a place and being harassed by anyone. So if there are incidences like that, we would like you to, Honorable Masiko, to take those matters serious, and those people must be arrested, because that means they are not fit to stay within our communities. They belong somewhere else, not where they are normal people. So we are not expecting our women to be harassed by anyone. We are not expecting our children to be traumatized by other people. We're expecting our children to be safe, to be kept in a safe place, and to be happy where they are, because as young children, when they are exposed to such things, those things, they stay in their brains for a very long time. Other people, when they grow up, you'll find them, they're all forever bitter, and you don't know why is this person forever bitter, but it's through the experiences that they went through when they were growing up. So they need to be protected by government, and will also engage with the relevant departments of KZN, so that we understand and on what are they doing with all those cases that are being reported by all those individuals who find themselves to be in that situation. But thank you very much, Honorable Masiko. We'll look at our program and see on when and how and when can we go there to KZN, so that we make sure that our women are protected by government. There's no way government has a responsibility to protect its citizens. So there's no way that we'll leave all those people and behave as if it's normal, it's abnormal. You have lost your house, you have lost your loved ones, and you are still in trauma of those floods where you have lost everything. And now you go to a place being put by government and you don't feel protected. It cannot be correct. So I think as the portfolio committee, honorable members, we must find a date on when are we going to go and do oversight in KZN as soon as possible. Thank you very much for my Honorable Masio for bringing that matter into our attention. I'll say, sisiphila neyilwane manje. Let's go to our agenda. I think, honorable members, you know what is the purpose of this meeting. The purpose of this meeting is to commence with the shortlisting process for the filling of vacancies in the Commission for Gender Equality. Now that the committee, we have advertised those vacancies. Remember, honorable members, there were two vacancies that are vacant currently. And then the other 4 vacancies are not yet vacant. The term of office of those commissioners will be expiring in October. Yeah, end of October. So we must try our level best that we push this process and finalize it by end of, can we finalize end of October, end of September? Yeah, so that we will go to the House and present our recommendations so that President can, with immediate effect, fill in the 2 part-time vacancies that are available. And later on, President can then fill in the 4 vacancies that will be vacant after the lapse of those 4 vacancies. But, you know, I read, before I continue, you know, during recess, I saw something about CGE where they were saying, I don't know whether they have suspended the CEO, but I don't have a full report. Maybe when we invite them to the meeting, we'll get a full report. But I haven't seen the report, honorable members. And then members would recall that the committee met on the 3rd of June, 2022, to agree that an advertisement should be placed for calling nominations and applications for commissioners' vacancies for CGE. The advertisement went out on the 26th of June, 2022, and the closing date was the 18th of July, 2022. If I may share with you,
Recording stopped.
honorable members, I think the staff made me aware of 2 letters that were
Recording
requesting
in progress.
the extension for advertisement that we must extend from the date of closing of our advert. We must also extend. I therefore said to the staff members and consulted with our legal team in Parliament that I think the dates for the opening date for the advert from the 26th of June till the 18th of July was enough, was more than enough, honorable members. In fact, it was just unfair for the 2 letters that were received that was requesting to, for an extension. So we have declined that request. And then network. No, it's fine. Yeah, but why am I big? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the IT guy is telling me about the network, that there's no network here in Parliament. So he was trying to assist me with my laptop. So I think you are experiencing the same thing, ne? Hence you are using your private emails. So, and you are hotspotting from your private with your own data, ne? Honorable members. Yeah. I think the next one, okay, we'll then take apologies. I think let me apologize for Honorable Piri. The guy who was, the staff did arrange transport for Honorable Piri, but I think the person who was fetching Honorable Piri got lost. I don't know how come that a person who resides in Gauteng in Cape Town can get lost in Cape Town when there is a navigator, there's a location, and our villages, our parks where we're staying as honorable members. You know, a person can get lost from 6 in the morning till now. You know, it's totally unacceptable because we have tried our level best so that we wait for other members to arrive. But till now, Honorable Piri haven't arrived, and it's not her fault. She's been ready since. So I don't know what happened to the transport of Parliament. So whoever is responsible for that must take full responsibility. But Honorable ufuna ukuthini? Oh, okay. Oh, they're telling me. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Okay, and we have tried to check other political parties on where are their members. Honorable Piri, you're welcome. We just started. We heard about your problem. I was just informing members of the committee that what happened to the person. You've been waiting for that person since morning, and I don't know how that a person can get lost in Cape Town from morning at 8 up until now. It's totally unacceptable. So our apologies to yourself, because I know you came last night with me and you were ready in the morning for this meeting. And we have checked other parties that were supposed to be part of the panel. Honorable zomkhumbula kanjani usebenza nesikhathi eside kangaka Hlonyana ngakukhohlwa kanjani usebenze nawe isikhathi eside kangaka yazi sahamba sayenza i-oversight senza konke angikwazi ukukhohlwa ukuthi bengifuna ukukuhleka nje ukuthi ufike late emeetingini manje ke it's but you're welcome. We were worried, we thought maybe you didn't get the invite. Oh, okay, thank you very much. I think with regards to the IFP, we were trying to check with IFP. Umam Mhlengwa have forwarded her apology. She's attending a portfolio committee health. They are deliberating on issues is that bill NHI, if I'm not mistaken. So she won't be part of the meeting. But I was trying to caution the organization when they are not present, we are continuing. Yeah, because at least everyone to check if everyone is here. The member of ATM was also invited, but I'm sure you have observed, honorable members, even in the last meetings, she was not part of the meetings. I think she attended one meeting, if I'm not mistaken, and therefore, I'm sure what we need to do is to write to the smaller parties, because I don't understand their representation, and just make them aware that a person who's supposed to be representing them is not attending meetings, and there's nothing that you can do. If they are not represented, they must not complain about the portfolio committee. We have done our best from our side. So if the member is not attending, there's nothing we can do. I think those were the only. Nelly, any apology?
Yes, Chair. I also received apology from Honorable Ngobo, will not be able to attend today, but will be in tomorrow. And the last one is Honorable Sonti, who's also not feeling well. She's not attending.
Our Honorable Ngobo, we alternate.
Yes.
Yeah, but my members of TA that are supposed to be here are here. Honorable Mpitino, Honorable Sheriff. So it's fine. But thank you very much, Nelly, for Nomam Sonti is an alternate. Honorable Hlonyane is a full member. She's here, so it's fine. For as long as the permanent members are here, that is good. The alternate, it's not a big deal, because anyway, they are not voting. So this it's meant for the panel members only. Yeah, but their attendance is welcome. It's not that they are not supposed to come. Is there anything that you want to say, honorable members, regarding the comments I made in my opening remarks with the issue, yes, Eastern Cape and the issue as a KZN? Can I get hands? Honorable Boni, Honorable Hlonyane, and Honorable Mpiti, in that order.
No, thank you, Chairperson, and good morning, colleagues on this platform. Chair, I managed just to support you. In your input, you made a proposal that there's a need for us to go and make an oversight, conduct an oversight in KZN. So I would like to support that proposal and the move also that was presented by Honorable Masiko on the issue of KZN. I think it's very important, Chair, that we go there as a committee to do the oversight work, because the way is, I think it's the second time when one hears about these concerns go KZN around the situation in the halls where people are placed temporarily. So I think for the health also and for the well-being of the children and the parents there, we need to really, something needs to be done, particularly from the department side, to make sure that the people staying in those halls with their families really get the help that is needed urgently, because it's supposed to be temporary shelter. It cannot be for a long time. And the ills that are happening around those venues also needs to be attended to, include by the police as well, making sure that patrols and the safety and security of the people living in those halls is taken very serious and on a daily basis, making sure that the children are not also exposed to wrong things outside and inside the venues. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Boni. Honorable Hlonyane.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, first, let me apologize for being late. I am from Eastern Cape. I was in my deployment in Eastern Cape, and you know, the flights there, Shem, is a problem just to come to Cape Town. Chair, I am in full support that we need to go and do oversight so that we can be able to shine the light on what is happening. Truly, it was supposed to be a temporary measure, but now it seems like it's a permanent measure as well. So we need to be able to push the government to just do something to make sure that this situation changes, because a permanent solution needs to be given on what have happened. So I am in full support that we go through the oversight so that we shine the light, because when we get there as the Committee of Women and Children, we'll be able to shine a bigger light, and it will not be a silent situation anymore. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hlonyane. Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and very good morning to all honorable members, as well as our officials that are also here, as well as the public that is following today's meeting. Chair, just 2 points on my side. I just wanted to comment particularly on the issue that you raised around the CGE CEO. I did come across the news article a couple of weeks ago to say that the CEO had been suspended. And I think, you know, one thing that has been clear throughout the year is that there's huge instability in CGE. And I hope that since we are back from recess, one of the first things that we will do is to be able to understand exactly the issues that are unfolding in CGE, because we know that there's currently 2 vacancies. And so as far to my understanding, the chairperson of the CGE his term is over. And now the CEO is also suspended. So I'm worried about the governance aspect of the CGE at this stage. And I think that's something that we really, really need to look into as soon as possible to understand what the issues. The last thing, Chair, is just to say that, you know, we as a committee visited the Eastern Cape to understand exactly what went on in that particular tavern in Scenery Park. And I think what has been really horrible to observe is that there's clearly been a delay in justice on this issue. I think all of us have been following the news in understanding how far have these families been updated with what exactly was found within, the blood of these kids. What was the toxicology report? I mean, for what we understand, I think it's still outstanding at this stage. So I really do think, Chair, that, one of the promises that we did make to the families when we met with them is that we would not let that issue go, and that we would be supportive to them as the family. And I do think, yes, we must write to the Minister of Police as well as to the Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, together with the provincial government. But I do think that, we really need to understand what has the delay been in understanding what unfolded there. Of course, I'm not saying we must rush the process, but I do think, some time has gone past and we still don't know what exactly happened to these kids. So I do think that we also need to just include a section upon that particular issue, so that we have a situation where justice is not delayed for these families, and they can really start to grieve, knowing what the circumstances were. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mpiti. In fact, I was even thinking of whether to summon them to the portfolio committee so that they can come and account on the developments regarding that case. So which one do you support? The one of us writing a letter to them, or the one of calling them to the portfolio committee? Let's call them to the portfolio committee. I think that will be the best one. So we'll look at the dates, Nelly, and then invite the two departments. It's three, ne? Health, safety and security. But we need to get which is safe under what, and then and social development, so that they can come and account to the portfolio committee. Which how far are they regarding that case? Because those families, they don't have closure. They need to know what happened to their children. But also, what is very embarrassing, it's when government departments, they make commitments, and then after making commitments, they don't honor what they have committed to the people, because they promised those families that they are going to give them counseling also. But till to date, nothing has happened. So I think we'll find dates, a day where we are going to invite them to the portfolio committee to come and account on those matters. Thank you very much, honorable members. Maybe let's move to the next. I forgot, because we are a panel. Maybe we need to introduce ourselves. Maybe let's do it for the sake of our viewers, so that they know who are the members who are here. Let me start. My name is Nonhlanhla Ncubendaba. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning once again. My name is Fikile Masiko. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and members present here today. My name is Obwana Mam Prudence Marekwa, a member of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bonnie. Honorable Hlongo.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning, honorable members. I am Stembile Mhlongo, a member of the Portfolio Committee. Thanks.
Recording stopped.
Thank you very much.
Recording in progress.
Honorable Masondo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members and officials. My name is Tabile Sylvia Masondo, the member of the committee PC on women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Piri.
Thanks, Chair, and good morning to your good selves and everybody in the house. I'm Carol Piri, a member of the Portfolio Committee. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Piri. Honorable Hlonyane.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Tokozo Hlonyana, a member of this committee. Thank you.
Yeah, bengifuna legama lakantokozo. Honorable Nazli, thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Nazli Sharif, a member of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nazli. Honorable Piti.
Good morning to all honorable members. My name is Louis Olompiti, and I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mpiti. Dogodela.
Thanks, Chair and honorable members. I'm Dr. Hemen Dembe from the Office on Institutions Supporting Democracy. I'm the legal officer there.
Thank you very much, Dogodela, for all the support you've been giving us throughout. Nelly.
Good morning, members. My name is Nelly Sonobatana. I'm the committee secretary for the committee. Apologies for my voice.
Thank you very much, Tasnim.
Good morning. I'm Tasneem Matthews, researcher to the committee.
Thank you very much. Crystal.
Good morning, Chair and members. I'm Crystal Levendale, also a researcher for the committee.
Thank you very much, Crystal. Kashifa.
Good day. I'm Kashifa Abrams, the content advisor to the committee.
Thank you very much, Kashifa. The two ladies at the back.
Sorry, good morning, Chair and members. I'm a monitor from Parliamentary Monitoring Group. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I said ladies, askies. Okay, okay.
Is the other one? Good afternoon. My name is Pamela Njagula. I am from Sex Workers Education and Advocacy Task Force. I'm a lobbyist officer there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Why Pamela? Oh, you said Pamela.
Yeah, but I prefer Pam. So you're almost there, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. It's not for the first time you attended our meeting, ne? Yeah, thank you very much. You're welcome. And our two gentlemen here, yeah, but we are supposed to introduce. Oh no, it's fine. They are working from our communication office, ne, of Parliament. So thank you very much. Let's go to item number 3. Item number 3 is a presentation from Dr. Tembe on the criteria, proposed criteria that you are going to use for shortlisting today. Dr. Tembe, can you take us through?
Thanks, Chair and honorable members. Good morning once again. I'll present these draft shortlisting criteria for the appointment of commissioners in the Commission for Gender Equality. So just as an introduction, these were the purpose, it sets the purpose of this document. The purpose of this memorandum is to proffer advice to the chairperson of the PC on women, youth, and persons with disabilities on the practical factors to be considered by the committee on the shortlisting process so that most suitable candidates for the current, existing, and upcoming vacancies in the CGE can be recruited. The nerve of the leadership for CGE emanates from a crucible interview and shortlisting process. In this paper, the term commissioner and the director will be used interchangeable for practical purposes. First, we give a background. Currently, the CGE has 2 existing vacancies and 4 upcoming vacancies. This follows the resignation of Commissioner Jennifer Smout on 30 October 2019 and Tlaling Foking on 1 December 2021. Both commissioners' terms of office were due to expire on 30 June 2024 and 30 April 2024, respectively. The existing vacancies are for part-time commissioners because 2 commissioners converted to full-time subsequent to these resignations. There are 4 upcoming vacancies that will arise in October 2022. All the 4 commissioners are eligible for reappointment as they are serving their first term in office. These are the position of the incumbent chairperson, Commissioner Tamara Matebula, Deputy Chairperson Thabiseng Moleko, Sedigora Kolote, and Thabiseng Sipanya Mohal. The chair and deputy chairperson are both full-time, and the 2 commissioners are part-time. This gives the context on the existing vacancies and the coming one. Then the constitutional and legal framework. Section 187(1) of the Constitution provides that the Commission for Gender Equality must promote respect for gender equality and the protection, development, and attainment of gender equality. Subsection 2 further provides that the Commission for Gender Equality has the power, as regulated by national legislation, necessary to perform its functions, including the power to monitor, investigate, research, educate, lobby, advise, and report on issues concerning gender equality. Section 193 of the Constitution, Section 193, subsection 1 of the Constitution provides that the members of any commission must be women or men who A, are South African citizen, B, are fit and proper person to hold the particular office, and C, comply with any other requirement prescribed by national legislation. Subsection 2 of 193 provides for the need for a commission established by this chapter to reflect broadly the race and gender composition of South Africa must be considered when members are appointed. Section 193(6) provides for the involvement of civil society in the recommendation process may be provided for as envisaged in Section 59(1)(a) of the Constitution. Section 59(1)(a) of the Constitution provides that the National Assembly must facilitate public involvement in the legislative and other processes of the Assembly and its committees. Then Section 3(1) of the CGE is the one that only speaks about these processes, because it says of the CGE Act number 39 of 1996 provides that the commission shall consist of a chairperson and no fewer than 7 and no more than 11 members who shall, that is the criteria set by the Act. That person should have a record of commitment to the promotion of gender equality, and B, be persons with applicable knowledge or experience with regards to matters connected with objects of the Commission. Section 3(7) of the Act provides that any person whose term of office as a member of the Commission has expired may be reappointed for 1 additional term. Then Section 10(1)(b) of the CG Act provides that a member of the Commission as well as a member of the staff shall perform his or her function in good faith without fear, favor, bias, or prejudice. Then, in order to give context or make something out of this, we had to also look into the Commissioner's Handbook. The Commissioner's Handbook in its vision stipulates that the Commission for Gender Equality shall advance, promote, and protect gender equality. This is done through research, public education, policy development, legislative initiative, effective monitoring, and litigation. Section 5.3.2 of the Commissioner's Handbook enlists the responsibilities of commissioners. Amongst others are A, cooperative governance and determining the strategic direction of the Commission. B, lead the Commission ethically for sustainability in terms of the economy, environment, and society, taking into account impact on internal and external stakeholders. C, ensure the Commission operates as and as seen to be a responsible, compliant corporate citizen. D, ensure the creation of an ethical culture supportive of gender equality, setting necessary principles, practice, and standards, measuring adherence with and incorporate this into its risk management, operation, performance management, and disclosure mechanism. This is what is expected of the commissioners. Then just to apply the law to the facts. So we start by saying the PC on women, youth, and persons with disabilities should consider shortlisting capable and capacitated individuals to enhance the vision of the institution. Because the failing of most boards only becomes apparent when one looks beyond its structural attributes and considers more subjective factors, such as quality of professional background and engagement in board responsibilities. These are some of the failures, perhaps, which have been observed worldwide, not that with CGE, but worldwide. The legal framework, which is the bedrock for the establishment of the institution, does not describe in depth the personal attributes of envisioned commissioners, except those mentioned in section 3(1)(a) and B, which I've mentioned above. It is an activist and knowledge-based statutory creature to drive the objects of the commission. The latter can be inferred either from the functions or vision of the commission as encompassed in the responsibilities of commissioners. This means the candidate should be conversant with the mandate of the commission outlined in section 187 of the Constitution. CGE, as in that 187, is empowered to monitor, investigate, research, educate, lobby, advise, and report on issues concerning gender equality. These qualities can be gleaned from the curriculum vitae of candidates. These skills spread across diverse social science fields with different specialists. Premised on the encompassing injunction of section 11, amongst others, the candidate must be able or capacitated to monitor and evaluate policies and practices of state and private sector. This is very critical because monitoring and evaluation is a new phenomenal skill in the academic area, but measures performance and effectiveness. The importance of examining effectiveness is that it shifts focus from inputs and outputs to an outcome-based assessment of the projects, programs, and policy implementation of the institution. This assessment, therefore, goes beyond concerns about whether the institution is fulfilling its constitutional and legal duties efficiently and examine the relevance, impact, and quality of the institution. It will be beneficial for CGE to recruit such specialists on monitoring and evaluation to enhance its standing on promotion of gender equality. For continuity and stability, the CGE Act provides a discretion to the PC Portfolio Committee, which is dealing with this recruitment to recommend for appointment a candidate who has served his or her first term of incumbency to be reappointed
Recording
for
stopped.
another additional term. The legislature intention was to maintain stability, institutional memory, and seamless transition to keep those efficient office bearers in
Recording
the
in
institution.
progress.
It is generally acceptable and rational if the performance of their duties within the institution is satisfactory and they are still fit and proper person. This can be said looking also at the amendment of the Public Service Commission. Those are the two requirements which are set for renewal, that the person must still remain fit and proper person and must still perform his or her duties satisfactory. Unfortunately for CGE, there's no performance management system, perhaps, which can also be used by Parliament to say the person still remains proper, fit and proper person, or performs his or her duties satisfactory. Then the definition of a fit and proper person is not the criterion used in legal phraseology, but the candidate must be fit for purpose. He or she should show a level of capability and capacity in the performance of the task expected from the commissioners. He or she must be able to interact with the communities in terms of delivering performance and knowledgeable on gender issues. Members of the commission are equivalent or similar to a board of directors in terms of their function. Hence, the veritable principle of corporate governance apply to them par excellence. Although CGE Act is clumsy on the educational standard expected from commissioners, however, the Commissioner's Handbook gives a glimpse on the typical person to be members of the commission from the responsibilities of the commissioners. These are explained the responsibilities as contained in section 5.32 of the Commissioner's Handbook. However, section 69.8 of the Companies Act number 71 of 2008 enlists the previous common law duties of a director as they are now statutorily defined. It provides as follows: a person is disqualified to be a director of a company if a court has prohibited that person to be a director or declared the person to be delinquent in terms of section 162 or in terms of section 47 of the Close Corporation Act number 69 of 1984, or B, subject to subsection 9 to 12, the person, 1, is an unrehabilitated insolvent. 2, is prohibited in terms of any public regulation to be a director of a company. Then 3, has been removed from an office of trust on the grounds of misconduct involving dishonesty. 4, has been convicted in the Republic or elsewhere and imprisoned without the option of a fine or fine more than the prescribed amount for theft, fraud, forgery, perjury, or an offense. Or an offense, AA, involving fraud, misrepresentation, or dishonesty. BB, in connection with the promotion, formation, or management of a company, or in connection with an act contemplated in subsection 2 or 5, or CC, under this act, the Insolvency Act number 24 of 1936, the Close Corporation Act number 69 of 1984, the Competition Act number 89 of 1998, the Financial Intelligence Center Act number 38 of 2001, the Securities Services Act number 36 of 2004, or Chapter 2 of the Prevention and Combating of Corruption Activities Act number 12 of 2004. Manifestly, the Constitution in section 193(2) provides that the committee must, in its deliberation, consider the need to reflect broadly the race and gender composition of South Africa. The candidates must be a South African or possess South African citizenship. Therefore, the portfolio committee must shortlist and interview suitable candidates in accordance with this provision as contained in the Constitution and the CG Act. Candidates for CGE Act vacancies must also be knowledgeable and adept to the delineation of leadership and management. This is important, honorable members, because as you have observed all along the problems with CGE, there are clashes which you even discussed today between management and the leadership there. So those commissioners which are going to be appointed must know the clear line of obligations. So commissioners are the leaders of the institution, individual and collectively. They are responsible for the strategic plan and APP, whilst management is responsible for the operations of the institution. Commissioners are accountable to Parliament for their performance and financial reports. With some measure, they may share this arduous task with management as espoused in the Commissioner's Handbook. The structures, processes, and practices that the board uses to direct and manage the operations of a company determine how authority is exercised, how decisions are taken, how stakeholders have their say, and how decision makers are held to account. It deals with who is responsible for what. Those knowledgeable in corporate governance are potential candidates for shortlisting. These candidates must know who sets the direction, the company strategy, and the limits within which this direction is to be pursued. For example, budgets and company policies. 2, who makes decision about what the respective authority level of boards and management, and who set performance targets, monitors progress, and evaluates the results, and who is accountable to whom for what. For example, the board to shareholders and the chief executive to the board. As Mel Gilles so succinctly and effectively put it in a corporate governance terms, consists of the structures, tradition, and processes of leadership and stewardship that assign power, define roles, responsibilities, and leadership, govern communication with stakeholders, and ensure accountability from which legitimacy is derived. That is who has influence and who decides and how decision makers are held to account. Candidates for CGE vacancies should have the skills of dispute resolution on gender-related issues and human rights. In terms of section 11E, which defines the functions of the commission shall on its own or receipt of a complaint endeavor to resolve any dispute or rectify any omission by mediation, conciliation, or negotiation. Subsequent, the commission may at any stage refer this matter to Human Rights Commission, the Public Protector, or an authority that is appropriate. The handbook is clear that commissioners are constantly called to make decisions in order to solve problems. In addition, commissioners are also occasionally required to develop opinion piece on human rights and constitutional matters for publication. In King 4, Principle 7 of 2016, of its body of principle for good corporate governance stipulates that the board should comprise the appropriate balance of knowledge, skill, experience, diversity, and independence for it to discharge its governance role and responsibilities objectively and effectively. Section 10(1)(b) of the CG Act also accentuates the concept of independence amongst commissioners and member staff. King 4 attempted to provide guidance with regard to the meaning of independence, that there is no interest, position, association, or relationship held or enjoyed by a director that, when judged from the perspective of a reasonable and informed third party, is likely to influence unduly or cause bias in decision-making in the best interest of the organization. On independence, further, it's clear this is quite difficult, is a vexed issue because other persons consider it externally and others internally in the operations of the institution. Commentators tout independence as the golden standard for board composition and is celebrated. It has its place in the pecking order. There are other things that matter more. In summary, independence is more about director state of mind, coupled with a willingness to walk away if necessary when the discharge of his or her fiduciary responsibilities are likely to be compromised, and the integrity of the composition of the organization. Therefore, the advice to this committee is that the committee must apply due diligence in its shortlisting process and consider the document that I've presented in its entirety. The Constitution in section 59(1)(a) allows for facilitation of public involvement in the National Assembly committees. Therefore, the PC should allow and consider public comment on the shortlisted candidates. The committee must finally deliberate and approve suitable candidates and subsequently recommend the candidate for the president's appointment. The PC should recommend a staggered appointment dates to the president, as those candidates who fill the current two positions have to finish the unexpired portion of the replacement commissioners. Clearly, as it has been said, there were two resignations. So this appointment, for the existing vacancies, those who are appointed should fill the unexpired portion of those who resigned. Then section 3(6) of the CG Act provides that the president may, in consultation with the commission, appoint a part-time member to a full-time member for the unexpired portion of that part-time member's terms of office. So this is what happened because subsequently there were two conversions, so which was of Commissioner Mazibu and Commissioner O'Hara, which were part-time commissioners. They applied to the president and they were converted to full-time commissioners. So their term was expiring on the 31st March 2024 and 31 July 2024 respectively. Those are the unexpired portion of the part-time members who converted. Currently, which is another critical matter to be considered, criterion to be considered by the committee. There are 2 males in the commission and the rest are female African. There's a need to consider gender, disability, and demographics on this shortlisting process to have a balanced commission in terms of representation of these factors. It will also be preferable and advantageous if every province can be represented in the CGE. Lastly, in my conclusion,
Amen.
What do you have?
The portfolio committee should recommend staggered appointment dates to the president as those candidates who fill the current two positions have to finish the unexpired portion of their replacement commissioners. So
Yeah, I think somebody who gave you that thing perhaps gave you a number of pages. Yeah, that's it. That is conclusion. There's a conclusion for the one that MPT has. There's a conclusion. The last page.
Okay.
Yeah.
The last page is page 12.
It's supposed to be.
Lenda edayo hemen eyakhe ama-words wakhe of wisdom.
Yeah, sometimes I explain. That is the issue that perhaps which I need to elaborate.
The one on gender.
No, the geographical spread, I have that, it's here on my.
What page is that?
It's on page.
Was it different? It's page 11. It's the conclusion that you read. It's this one.
Okay.
So it's appearing on a different
No,
page.
I think there's one mistake which happened, Chair. Initially, when Nellis was sent the document before I edited it.
Oh.
Yeah, so that is where the mistake might have happened. Because mine, it's only 9 pages. So it's 8 with 2 lines on the 9 pages.
Okay.
Chair, the first pack that Neliswa gave out, it also has the provinces and all the other information in case members are looking for it. It's page number 5.
Oh, that's a different one from mine. It's the one that was developed by Kashif. So mine is on the shortlisting criteria.
Okay.
But anyway, I was about to conclude. It's only 2 lines.
Yeah, but we don't want to raise hopes that all provinces will have, because it's not practical.
Let me conclude, Chair.
Yeah,
then we'll sort that out. I'm providing advice to the committee. Then it will consider it and make its own decision.
All right.
Yes.
No, thank you.
The committee must assist the president by recommending the chairperson of the commission amongst the candidates, together with full and part-time commissioners. This is in the broader scheme of things because currently there are 2 existing part-time vacancies. Then for the one that occurs in October, there'll be 4, which the current chairperson and deputy chairperson term of office will be over, and there'll also be 2 part-time vacancies for the one that arise in October. That is the end of it on my part, chairperson. Then the document has to be considered. It can be amended because it's a draft document until it is adopted. We can amend it, then we can also tweak it. It's up to necessary modification. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tembe, for this document, for the proposal. Yeah, I think what I was commenting on is that remember, honorable members, this is a board, a governance structure. So we're not focusing on provinces. We are focusing on suitable and fit for purpose commissioners who will be taking CGE forward and bring stability and ensure that what the Act says they are able to implement. They do have capabilities and capacity to do their work as expected and according to the Act for as long as they will be able to comply. But they must demonstrate all their capabilities, the skills, the understanding of the Act, but also, we need to, this time we need to be very, very strict and be very careful on the recommendations that you are going to make. We don't want to find ourselves with a Chapter 9 institution that most of the time we'll have to crack our heads on what is it now? What is it that we need to do? We were disappointed because most of the commissioners that are there are professionals, highly qualified individuals. And even with the experience that they have, Dr. Tembe, during interviews, they displayed it. But when people are appointed and they are starting to do the real job, that's where you see the true colors on who have you recommended. And we can't even blame ourselves because people, when they come to interviews, they prepare themselves. But when they are there in the institution, you're not there to monitor them every day. You just see the outcome of the product that you recommended to the president, and where you'll be bogged down with fights, social media, newspapers every day, and where we will be drawn into the infights of the institution. When people are lazy to do their work, they cover themselves with the portfolio committee. And I'm sure this time we are going to be very sober and very strict because what we have seen, honorable members, what we experienced the past years, it was really unhealthy for an institution like that. Others don't want to account to the portfolio committee. They tell us they speak a lot of English, and now we're expecting them to do the work and come and account. And when they are made to account, they come and tell us English, and they want to tell us what to do, as if we don't know what is oversight. And we, as the portfolio committee, we don't feel threatened by anyone. We'll continuously do our oversight work as honorable members, as per what we are expected to do according to the rules of parliament and according to the Constitution of South Africa. So no one will tell us how must we do our job. We know what is expected from us, and we are in line with the rules of parliament of the National Assembly. And for as long as we are not, our interest is to do our oversight and make sure that everybody that is there, for as long as they are allocated public money, they are going to account to parliament. There's no other way. So people who are using a public purse, they must account, because it's not whether they want to account. No, they must account. So, honorable members, I'm sure this time we're going to recommend commissioners who will know what is expected of them, and will have less troubles, because even this issue of where have you seen an institution that is even failing to appoint senior management in critical position, like a legal division? when they are supposed to be concentrating mostly on legal things, checking whether the laws that are there are correct, whether they are implemented correct by any government institution or by public sector. In fact, most of the work that is done by CGE, they are concentrating on public institutions or departments or whatever. They are not concentrating on the private sector, on whether private sector is adhering to the constitution and so forth. But they are concentrating on the public only. So I'm sure this time, as we are going to look at all these, the criteria that we're going to use and the quality of candidates that we are going to recommend, we must put seriously a microscope that at the end of the day will produce a product of commissioners that are going to serve the South Africans and represent them even globally correctly so, and not be afraid to do what is right and what is expected from them. I'm sure honorable members, I don't know whether you want us to engage on this one or we give Kashifa an opportunity to make a presentation on the second document. But I want to make a proposal because today you are just going to receive the CVs of candidates that have applied, that we are not going to look at the CVs today, but go home and look at the CVs today, have enough time to go through each and every CV that is here, so that tomorrow when we come back, you are able as honorable members to say, you know what, you feel strong that we need to shortlist which candidates, because you should have gone through the document thoroughly, you know, at your own leisure time, because it's only today that you are going to send that document to yourselves. You are going to have that document sent to yourselves through your emails. Nelly, it must be sent to, yeah, but you are able to access the Parliament one using your data. Maybe send to both emails, the private one, so that they don't find themselves in a situation whereby they didn't receive the document. Because you are going to open up all those CVs in your laptops and go through each and every CV, because they are 100 and what? 156. So yeah, maybe what do you suggest? Can I give Kashifa to make a presentation, or you want us to engage in the first document and finish it and go to Kashifa's presentation? What is the suggestion? Sorry, Piri? We are saying let's finish. Allow Kashifa to make a presentation. Okay. Over to you, Kashifa.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, members. So what Crystal and myself have done is to look at the outcome of applications. Herman's covered for members now a background in terms of the CGE Act and issues of the criteria. On the first page of our document that we've, it's titled Filling of Commissioner Vacancies at the Commission for Gender Equality, Outcome of Applications, 22 August 2022. So in terms of number 1 and 2, the introduction and background, Herman has covered quite in detail with members the background in terms of the mandate of the Commission for Gender Equality, references to specific sections within the Constitution, which outlines the criteria and the process for selecting appointments for the commissioners for the Commission for Gender Equality. I think just important to note as we move to page 2 of our document, Herman made reference to the number of vacancies we're focusing on. The table that members have, we received from the CGE, and it covers the current term of office. In terms of all the commissioners, it indicates their position, when they were appointed, when their term ends, and whether they're full or part-time. So
I want you to explain to members regarding the term of office. Explain that thing of if a commissioner resigns and then we advertise that vacancy. So the person who's going to fill that vacancy, it will be a half term, remember? But according to the Act, it's counted as a term so that there's no confusion. You get me what I'm saying? I'm saying what needs to be explained is that, for instance, the 2 vacant positions now of Commissioner Sprouse and Smout in the Plein are not a full term, it's half a term. So those people, candidates who are going to be appointed in those 2 vacancies, they are not going to do 5 years. Immediately that term of office lapses according to the date of that for the 2 commissioners. It will mean it's a first term for that person. It's not extended to 5 years. You will just finishing the half term of the other commissioner. But according to the Act, it's counted as a term for yourself. So if that term ends, and according to the Act, it's a person is only allowed to serve for 2 terms. So you can only apply for the next term where you are going to get a full term, but already you'll be counted as a person who had 2 terms with CGE. So that people must not think that, no, that one is not my term. It's somebody's term. It's your term. You remember it happened to Honorable Nare, to Commissioner Nare, and we had to explain it, that why are we not considering her to apply for this term, because she already taken as a person who have served in another term. Yes, yeah, thank you very much. Continue, Kashifa.
Thank you, Chairperson. So just to reiterate again, so on page 2 of the document, in total, there are currently 10 commissioners, which includes the chairperson and the deputy chairperson. The 2 vacancies that currently exist in the CGE was due to the resignation of, as Dr. Tembe and chairpersons indicated, Ms. Smout and Dr. Mafokeng. In addition, the 4 commissioners' terms will expire at the end of October 2022. Like Herman's told members, 2 commissioners, Ms. Mazabuko and Ms. Motupi, were also converted from part-time to full-time commissioners, and therefore there are vacancies for 2 part-time commissioners that should be filled urgently, and the other 4 vacancies can be filled after the 31 October 2022. Hence, a total of 6 vacancies will need to be advertised by the committee, which we have done. The chairperson's term and the deputy chairperson's term ends on 31 October 2022, hence creating 2 full-time vacancies. Of importance to note that the commissioner is allowed to run for 2 terms only, as chairpersons reiterated. So the table outlines all the commissioners. So technically, as Chair's noted, the chairperson, Ms. Matabula, She's not eligible for a second term because this is a second term. And then there are 3 other commissioners who are eligible for a reappointment to go for a second term as outlined in that table. Just to reiterate again, the committee met on the 3rd of June and agreed to
So Matebula does not qualify for this because she started that time with the half term.
Yes.
Yeah, so her second term was this one. So she's not, she does not qualify to apply this time.
Chair, you also check in terms of the date of appointment, all of them have the same appointment date.
This is what we received directly from the CGE via Nelly. So we've asked for an update based on appointments, and then obviously the CGE cross-checked it against the presidency in terms of when the president agreed and when the appointment started. So this came directly from the CGE, both this whole table in terms of date of appointment and expiry of term of office.
No, actually that thing, you see the quality of people that are there because they are not appointed on the same date. It just tell you, you know what I complain about every time with CGE, that they don't proofread and edit. You know, they just take things, data as is without reading and send it to Parliament. This is a reflection of the kind of leadership we're having in CGE. Because it's not true that all of them were appointed on the 1st of August, 2019. Noma Sonto Tlobatla and Gertrude, and because it's logic. It's only 4 commissioners whose term of office is lapsing in October. So what is the implication of this thing? I understand, Amos. It tells you they don't proofread. They just take things as they are given to them by the staff because they are lazy to do their work. They submit it raw as is in Parliament. So, and by implication, it says their term of office has not lapsed. Yeah? If you count these dates that they're giving us, it says 1 August 2019. So a person in CGE, the term is 5 years, isn't it? So it means 2020, 2021, and 2022. That means they're in their 3 years term of office. What kind of leadership do we have? Because a person who does and do quality assurance would have read this thing and see the dates here are not correct. So, Nelisa, you'll have to call them so that they must correct these dates and give us an accurate report. How do they commit suicide of giving us data wrong like this? Because if you go to court with this such a document, what is going to happen? Okay, continue, Ashifa.
Thank you, Chair. Just following on from that table, the committee met on 3 June and agreed to the advertisement should be placed calling for nominations and applications for commissioner vacancies at the CGE. For ease of reference, we've just placed in a table on page 3 that indicates which newspapers were used, where the advert was placed. The advertisement period was from the 26th of June to 1 July, which was just over 3 weeks, about 23 days. And just to reiterate to members again, all applicants were expected to complete an online application form. The closing date was on 18 July 2022, just correcting that. 18 July 2022, those who were nominated, a person received an automated response via email requesting that the applicant was still required to complete the online application within the prescribed period, and the link was attached. Similarly, interested persons who corresponded via WhatsApp also received an automated response and was requested to complete the application form online. Applicants were expected to answer 34 questions, with certain of these being obligatory, for example, inserting the ID number and uploading a copy of the ID, stating their qualifications and uploading a copy of the qualifications. A disclosure agreement formed part of the form at the end of the application. As such, this ensured that the applicant was made aware that all the information submitted should be an accurate and honest reflection of the information requested. So in previous rounds, members who have recalled that often we had received CVs from various applicants, and the CVs came in various forms. And for ease of this process, we looked at what was the key information that members would require. And based on the meeting on the 3rd of June, we went through the Google form, which outlined what information applicants would submit. So that information, everything was done online. So what members would have received via Neliswa via email is an Excel spreadsheet. And what the Excel spreadsheet covers is all the information that was submitted by each and every applicant. So it's nothing's been changed. Whatever members see is what the applicant had typed in and submitted. All queries from applicants were dealt with by the committee secretary, Ms. Neliswa Nobutana, and where relevant Parliament's ICT section was called upon to render technical support. So, for example, if an applicant messaged or called Neliswa and said she's having or they're having a problem uploading a document, ICT could look at what the respective problem was and then assist. But all queries were dealt with via SMS, telephone, and email. So just in terms of an overview of applications, in total, there were 165 applications that were received by midnight on the 18th of July, 2022. There were 3 late applications that were logged on 19 July, 2022, as per the timestamp on the Excel spreadsheet. I'm not sure whether members have had an opportunity to look at that Excel spreadsheet on your email yet. Not yet. But when you open the Excel spreadsheet, the first column on the left would give a number, and next to the number is a timestamp. So in other words, if I logged in on the 26th of June and I opened the form and I submitted my number, the moment I filled out all my details and press send, it would automatically capture what time I've sent. So members have a clear indication as to who sent what at what particular time. Of the 165 applications, there were 9 duplications were noted, as certain applicants with the same identity number applied on more than one occasion, as reflected in the timestamp on the Excel spreadsheet. This applied to 6 applicants, 5 of which applied twice, and 1 applicant applied 5 times. In cases of duplicated applications, so in other words, just to repeat the last one, one person applied 5 times. So they may have applied on the 26th of June, then on the 28th and then 27th, but your Excel spreadsheet will highlight in pink where those duplications are. So
but
it will
remember, we need to be realistic. During those days, there was high load shedding. which were affecting the applicants. So a person would have applied 5 times because the person may be not sure whether the application, the email went through or what, including those ones, Shem, even if beka worried lo muntu maka apply maka loka faka kai 5 ukuthi nje load shedding be busy ngalawo malanga. But also nalaba abanye fanele, we need to look at that because it was brought to my attention, honorable members, that some of the candidates were trying to send emails to Parliament, and the emails were not going through. There was a load shedding problem. So I think it's the truth. So we need to look at that also on what are we going to do, ne? So that we don't penalize people. City into I wasn't getting late. Kanti system yethu nathi la Parliament was down at that day. Yeah, but abantu were struggling. And the load shedding, it was differing according to provinces. So Mina, I wouldn't want us to penalize abantu because of a problem of load shedding, but it's up to members to take a decision. But it was brought to my attention those days when people were busy submitting their applications by the staff. Angithi nathi manje was stuck with the problem in network. Sometimes there was a very same problem. I'm just mentioning this because it was brought to my attention.
Chair, from my side, you know, I have applied for many programs and things that, you know, would need online application. And I would put it forward that we do not consider late applications. And even if I have load shedding today, the lights will come on at a certain time. And it's the applicant's responsibility to make sure they get the applications on time. So just from my side, I would say I wouldn't be too keen to look at late applications. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Mina, I'm reporting what was happening those days so that I'm not being unfair. So I must give you full report. Yabo? Ngoba angithi labantu laba, they even wrote SMSs to the staff during the day when they were early. Ukuthi was struggling. They do have a proof. Yabo? So that's why I'm bringing it to your attention. Because if a person at 3 during the day has sent you a message, I'm struggling, what is wrong with Parliament emails? Because it keeps coming back and coming back. Unelisa, I said to her, she must keep all those messages that they were sending to her as a proof. Because I didn't want them story. People can create stories, but if there's a record, a person have sent to you during the day, it means there was a problem. That was all.
Chair, first, I think we will have a defocus here. Chair, I'm requesting we allow her to present, then we'll deliberate later, because I think all of us were holding what we want to discuss with the true presentation. And if we start to entertain, we'll lose direction. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Piri.
I know it's fine, Chair. We can wait.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, members. So in the cases of duplicated applications, the most recent uploaded version was used. So in other words, when Crystal goes through the analysis of all the applications, so for the person who submitted 5 times, it's to look at the last application that person sent. Because obviously in that application, they may have added things they couldn't have done the first time around. If we move on to page 4, we've just highlighted at the top of the page So the number 44 and 145. So when you open up your Excel spreadsheet, you will see that number is the same person. The second applicant, those are the numbers, all the times that that person submitted. So in other words, when you look at that person's application, look at the last one, 106. Because 106 and 55, it's the same person, but 106 would bear the most recent information. So when we remove the 9 duplications, in total, we have 156 applications. I'll just ask Crystal to take members now through the outcome of the applications. In other words, when you looked at all the applications and all the information that was submitted, what is it that we were able to analyze? Thank you. We are now on page 4, members. Number 4, demographic profile of applicants.
Thank you, Kashifa. So starting there with demographic profile of applicants, I think the information that I'm going to go through is also taking into consideration what Dr. Tembe had said, looking at race and gender composition, and then also taking into consideration previous processes that we've had when we always looked at what are the factors, demographic factors that we want to consider when we look at applicants. So this is just a summary an analysis of what we had found with the applicants. So firstly, just looking at applicants by gender, of the 156 applicants, only 33 were male and 122 were female. We had, when we, on the Excel spreadsheet, in terms of gender, we had given options for people obviously to select, and of the women, 4 indicated that they were transgendered, and there was 1 non-binary person amongst the applicants. If we go to the next one, which is applicants by province, just looking by province and by gender then, the majority, more than 50% of the applicants reside in Gauteng. And also when we look in terms of male and female, the majority of males—
Gauteng has got how many million people?
Half the population.
I'm just teasing you.
So the largest proportions of male and female applicants were then also from Gauteng province. We've just put a table there just to indicate overall what the numbers were. So from the Eastern Cape, we only had 19 applicants, 16 female and 3 male. From the Free State, 4, which were 4 female candidates. From Gauteng, we had 81, 65 female, 15 male, and 1 non-binary. From KZN, we had 6, 4 female and 2 male. Limpopo was 9, 7 female and 2 males. In Mpumalanga, we had a total of 6 female applicants. For Northwest, there were 16, 9 female and 7 male. From the Northern Cape, only 1 applicant, which was a male. And then from the Western Cape, we had 14 applicants, 11 female and 3 male. So that brings us to the total of 122 female, 33 male, and 1 non-binary, and the total of 156. When we look at the applicants by race and gender, the majority were Black African females and males. Colored applicants only constituted 5% of the applicants, while Indian and white applicants accounted for 2.5 and 3.8% of the applicants overall. So again, the members would see the little diagram there. And then also, if we look at the table, which gives us the overall numbers for male and female, we'll see that 138 of the applicants were Black African, 8 were colored, 4 Indian or Asian, and 6 white applicants. Then we also considered, we had asked about the disability status, and out of the 156 applicants, 18 indicated that they had a disability, 4 males and 14 females. So that's 11.5% of the applicants indicated that they are persons living with a disability. And then we've just put down the numbers there for when members go through the spreadsheet, which are the female and male applicants with disabilities, so that for ease of reference for members when you're going through the spreadsheet, so you can look at those numbers. Then we also just looked at who was applying in terms of the employment status, and we found that 68 of the applicants were employed, 41 were self-employed, 5 were students, and 42 were unemployed persons. And then the last thing that we looked at was whether people had just applied or whether they had been nominated by others. So 61% or 95 applicants applied out of their own, and 61 or 39% were nominated by other persons or organizations as commissioner candidates. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Crystal. So that gives members an indication of having looked at all those 156 applicants. Who were they? Where did they come from? Issues around employment as well as status. So then in moving forward, Herman has highlighted to members the issue of the criteria and the advice around using that. So in terms of the process, we've done the advertisement. Applicants had filled out an application form. The next steps would require members to look at deciding on how many you'd like to shortlist. Once you have a shortlist, members are aware, the shortlist applicants in terms of the information, there's screening and verification of qualifications that happens. That's given about a 2 to 3 week period in which that is done. As well as it would go out for public commentary in terms of what members had agreed to, in terms of who you would shortlist. And then in terms of the interview that would happen once we receive the screening and outcome, as well as the outcome of a verification of qualifications, which is usually done around structured interviews. So again, moving on to page 9, as we summarize the way forward, the shortlist has been the practice in the past to reflect differences in province, race, gender, sexual orientation, and disability status. Furthermore, applicants also include persons currently serving in the Commission who are eligible for reappointment. So just practically looking at the process forward for today, and step 1, the number to be shortlisted, members to decide on the number of applicants to be shortlisted. And in going through your Excel spreadsheet and the information provided, is to also check to see step 2, whether members should satisfy themselves that the person shortlisted has adhered to the advertisement requirements. Members would have had a copy of the advertisement. Step 3, members should ensure that only candidates who meet the criteria are considered for shortlisting. And Herman's document, which he had discussed with members, outlines in detail what is required in that regard. If we move on to step 4 and 5 on page 10, again, in terms of step 4, the public commentary, previously shortlisted candidates' resumes were placed on Parliament's website for public commentary in a bid to ensure public participation. Given the protection of personal information, which is the POPI Act, has come into force, the advertisement and the application form made this quite clear. As such, once the committee agrees to which applicants will be shortlisted, the names and the key information in line with the POPI Act will be available on Parliament's website for public commentary for the period 30th of August to 16 September 2022. That gives 18 days for public commentary. All interested parties intent on providing commentary for an applicant will be requested to submit the information online and provide the following information. Firstly, who the person or organization is that would be providing the commentary, in relation to which applicant, and then we're just limiting the amount of input to 2,000 characters, that we don't have large amounts of volume to go through. And the information will then be collated and made available to the committee to peruse after 16 September 2022. And then just lastly, in terms of the screening and verification of qualification, any criminal records are to be assessed on a case-by-case basis. To this end, the application form provided applicants the opportunity to disclose pertinent information in that regard. The vetting will provide the committee with more detailed information to consider. In the event that a person is shortlisted and a matter did arise, the person who would be provided the opportunity to clarify and or explain issues that related to the outcome of the vetting and or verification of qualifications where relevant at the interview. So again, just to summarize, that in the application form, there were questions that would cover issues that maybe screening and would pick up. But at the interview process, there'd also be an opportunity for a particular person who's shortlisted to explain to the committee more information. Thank you, Chairperson and members.
Thank you very much, Kashifa. Yeah, and thank you, Dr. Tembe, for your presentation, and to Kashifa and Christelle, thank you very much for the document you prepared for us to make our life easy, so that at least we can read through the look at the advert. I thought, Nelly, you were going to share with members the form for the applicants, so that those things are also important for members to remind themselves if maybe they have forgotten that we did send out the advert, and we also indicated in the advert that everyone who wants to apply must also go to that link where they were able to access the form. The form, it explains itself, where a candidate is given an opportunity to write about himself or herself, about everything that she has done, and qualifications, his experiences, his or her activism, or they activism in terms of gender issues. So some of them, they did, most of them, in fact, they did go to that link. And some of them, those, especially those that were nominated by other NGOs or NPOs or individuals, where you'll find that a person is nominated, but is not informed by the individuals or by the NPO or NGO that has nominated that person, that they have nominated her. And by the time they tell the person that they've nominated her to serve as a commissioner for CGE, the individual is late to submit the form. So those are the discrepancies that we need to look at also on how do we deal with them, because there were other people who have contacted our staff members regarding their nominations, and the staff tried to explain on what was supposed to have happened. And in case the individual did not fill in that form, what do we do? So that it must not only be our decision as myself and the staff members, but also you need to be informed about all the processes, you know, everything that we're doing on your behalf as the committee, and engage on those things, so that when we move, we are moving in the same boat. Tomorrow you don't find someone who will go to court and say the portfolio committee, I was nominated, and I told them that I was not aware that I'm nominated, and I was told that I was supposed to have submitted a form, and the time for submission was closed already. So, you know, when you are dealing with such cases or the work that we're doing, there are many things that are happening. And you need to be informed as a panel, so that when we are taken to court and our lawyers of parliament are going to represent us in court. Yeah, abanye bayaya ema-court, Ntokozo. Bayaya. Athi umuntu benginominatiwe mina bengazi ukuthi faneke ngifill iform. I was not given an opportunity. And you find yourselves wanting ukuthi but uChair kasitshelanga ukuthi khona abantu abanjalo. So I prefer to give you to be transparent in this process, so that you must know each and every step of this process and be abreast with all the issues that were raised with us, so that tomorrow you are not surprised by other things. But thank you very much, honorable members. I think I have represented you guys, all the information that you informed me about, all the cases that you were having, I have presented them to the portfolio committee. So if there's anything else that I left out, you are free to add. Ne? Christelle, you are fine. Tasnim? Nelisa? Ntanja? Yeah, Mazwila ngitbathi yes, Chair. So kushuthi represent the right. Thank you very much, honorable members. We can start with the first document, Gahemen. Honorable Mpiti, Honorable Piri, Honorable Masiko, Honorable Hlongo, Ntokozo, you wanted to say something? Sorry? I'm starting with Mpiti. Ngiyakhomba ngoba lesa sikhathi uphakamisile.
Thank you, Chair. I'm assuming that we can, I can just put all my questions in one. Is that fine?
It's fine.
All right. Can I just start with the document we just did? Just quick. The first point that I really wanted to address is around the advertising. I see that there is a list of the print media that the advertising went, and I'm just interested to find out whether these newspapers that the advert went out, whether these newspapers were in all provinces or in some provinces. The reason I ask is that I see that there's only one application from the Northern Cape, and I'm wondering through these newspapers whether there's any newspaper that's actually from the Northern Cape. Just a question around that. The second point is in regards to the 3 late applications. You know, just the point that I have on that is to agree with Honorable Sharif to say that, you know, if time is going to be extended for 3 people, there's other people that if they had applied, they could have applied. And I think it wouldn't be fair to accept those applications. And I also think because the extension, or at least the request to extend the nomination process was not granted, it wouldn't be fair for us to allow those three applications. Just quickly, the last 2 points I think that I have on this particular one is in regards to public comment. You know, Chair, I really think this one is something that we need to agree on as a committee, because, you know, we've seen in other processes to select that, for example, if Corruption Watch writes to the subcommittee or the committee and is making material findings on individuals who have put their names forward or who have been nominated by others, not much does happen. So I'd really like us to understand when it comes to public comment, to what extent is it impactful or material to a person's candidacy, and to what point can the committee itself rely on whatever that public comment is to either accept or reject that particular application. And I think that's something that is very important to understand, because we will get public comments, whether it be from organizations or whether it be from individuals. We need to really understand the spectrum in which those can be filtered to really give us, the understanding of which candidates could be potentially removed from the process itself. And then just to the next point is to say, in terms of the candidates, sorry, not the candidates, but in terms of the section that says that furthermore, applicants also include persons currently serving in the commission who are eligible for reappointment. When I look at the table about appointment dates of the commissioners that are currently in office, what you see there, obviously we've discussed it already, is that the times are not the same. Right, we know that not everyone was appointed on the 1st of August 2019. So we're not quite sure to what extent someone's term is coming to an end. And so I think this one becomes very problematic for me, Chair, this particular section here, because if you're allowing someone to apply whose term ends in 2024, I don't think they should be included in this particular process that we're in my view.
They want.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Then I think that really covers it. But I think in terms of the document, if we can have those dates, because depending on who the candidates are, we haven't received the Excel spreadsheet. We might have those people, and right now we don't know who they are based on the table we've received. So I think if we can get that before we leave today, so that when we do go through the lists this evening, we can know who exactly is prejudiced by that particular section. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mpiti. Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. And
oh, sorry.
Oh.
Sorry.
Thanks, Chair. It means today is not my day.
Askis.
I funding in full and young wash. Thanks, Chair. Let me start by welcoming the two presentations that gives us direction of how must we conduct all these processes. But Chair, I think I only have one critical question from my side with the first presentation, Dr. Tembe. Your page 8 and 10, one, it says, a commissioner must have a leadership skill. And secondly, it also goes further to say, we must consider those who are currently in the system, because we want to maintain or keep a legacy of the organization and, with the records. But Chair, yes, your continuity, but Chair, with the experience and what we are observing as a portfolio and yourself as a chair, you have made a thorough input in terms of what is happening there at the CGE. We don't want to be like we are being personal, but my question to ourselves, I can't say to yourself, Dr. Tembe, because you are bringing guidelines to ourselves, is that what are the consequences that will come back if we can't consider anyone who's currently in that institution as a commissioner? Because all of us, we are agreeing that there's lack of leadership there. There are a lot of problems. And in page 10, it says, they must be in a position to resolve problems or challenges that they are coming across. But we have observed as a portfolio, there's incapacity. I don't know how the leadership itself they consider or they prefer to deal with their personal issues rather than to deal with an organizational matter. So I want to pose to all of us as a panel or as a committee to say, really, and is it a must? Or what are the consequences if we can't consider none of those who are currently in the institution? Yes, bearing in mind we want to, there must be an institutional memory, but we have a crisis. We've seen the mushrooming statement of media and all the stuff. That is why I'm saying, you know, Chair, on me, I think it's only one critical question that I have in terms of that guideline. Maybe we might try to, you might try to respond it, Dr. Tembe, but I think it's for all of us to make a self-intro and be honest with this process. Secondly, Chair, I really want to be fair to applicants. Yes, you've explained in details, and it's for us as a committee to persuade each other and see things in a different angle until we find each other not overlapping or not overlooking the law. I think even though it was not declared, load shedding, it's a thorny issue. It might be another pandemic in our country. So it must not deprive anyone from participating or being considered to be shortlisted. That is my view. Those who applied 5 times, the person is trying to make it a point that the application went through. By the time you realize, maybe you get a feedback, already it's gone, or you have already taken it for more than 5 times. It must not look like it's an obsession, Chair and my colleagues. An obsession, it's a hard word. It can be an obsession, but it's something else. I'm not saying we must consider that person, but I'm making my own view. 2, Chair.
Yeah, you must consider, be considerate and be
Yes.
sensitive.
Yes. Chair, the 3 late applications, you know, the fact that you are saying we will be provided with a proof to say those applicants, they've sent through Parliament staff to say we are trying to send, but it keeps on bouncing back, or we have a problem. What is the problem with your Parliament emails? It does not take it through. I think it is fair enough for us as leaders, not being selfish, not considering who's that person. Some of us, we don't know who's the person, but why can't we consider and check the track record? You might find it's a system currently, even us in Parliament, we are facing a problem of not receiving our emails. And, you know, Parliament staff are telling us they've sent some of the issue of the emails through, but we are not receiving them. If I can argue that and complain to say, I must be given a chance, I was trying and or I did not receive it, why can't we do the same to our people or people who have applied? We are not saying they must be taken, but we are saying let's give them a fair opportunity to participate and consider the application to be received in time. That is my plea, or I'm bringing it on board to colleagues. Let's debate about it. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Hlongo.
Thanks, Chair. And let me also welcome the 2 guidance documents of the processes of shortlisting. And I think Honorable Piri had covered me, Chair, that Chairperson, you remember on the issue of load shedding, it's just not only load shedding. In terms of the 3 candidates that applied late,
During the oversight, we went to Port St. John's for a week. There was no network coverage there when we got there. The load shedding, even if electricity would come back, but the load shedding affected their network coverage. So I think they should be considered. Other than that, I'm covered by Honorable Piri. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hlongo. Masiko?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me firstly join honorable members in welcoming the reports. Both of them, I think, Chair, they're able to assist us as a committee in starting the process that is about to unfold. So we really appreciate the work that has gone into that. The first, Honorable Chair, maybe let me start where Honorable Mpiti had left off on the issue of continuity. For me, Chair, it's not really clear on how we will be dealing with the process. And maybe let me draft it as a question to Dr. Tembe in asking that, do we subject those commissioners who have reapplied to the same process of shortlisting, or do we look into their role that they've played in terms of executing their duties, because there is a presentation that says that we assess according to the work that they've done as commissioners, or do we start the process afresh in terms of shortlisting for those members or commissioners who have reapplied in dealing with the issue of continuity? And also maybe let's support Honorable PT in saying that we do, out of this 156, need to get an indication of those commissioners who are eligible and to serve another term and have applied. I think we will need that. I also want to agree with you, Chairperson, in saying that we really need to be cautious this time. There's a saying that says once bitten, twice shy. And Chairperson, you made a comment in saying that it was an unhealthy situation for the CGE as an institution. And for me, it also became an unhealthy situation for us as a committee in dealing with the issues that CGE is facing. We were co-opted as this committee, and in fact, at some point, we were painted as uncredible and unhonorable people who are serving in this committee. And for me, it's something that we really, as this panel seated here, need to look into when we are dealing with the shortlisting, as well as the entire process that will lead us to the recommendations that we will be making to the president. I don't think, honorable members, we want a repeat of what has been happening currently at the CGE that has also led to the crippling of the organization or the institution itself, as well as the non-functionality. I'm also, Honorable Chair, thinking about what we've been asking from the CGE when they've been coming to the committee and requesting them to submit the work that each and every individual commissioner is doing in the areas of deployment. We hardly ever received a full report. It's only when we were pressing that we need the individual report, because for us, it would be something that will assist us in assessing their eligibility to stand again and avail themselves for another term. Another issue that one would ask Dr. Tembe is the issue of the gender issue that he raised when he was finishing off the report. He noted the fact that there are only 2 males, if I'm not mistaken. And then he said we should look into gender And for me, the more females, the merrier. But I'm not saying that we shouldn't strike a balance. I'm not sure what a balance should be. But for me, if we have 50% and above representation of women, we are safe. But obviously, there are applicants which include transgender and LGBTI, let me put it as that. I think it's something that we ought to be considering, looking at the nature of work that the commission looks into, and areas of disability which was noted. The last question, Honorable Chairperson, it's just a general one, and it's not specific to either the reports Kashifa or Mr. Tembin, saying that, is there an acceptable percentage in terms of, and I want to address the issue of the number of CVs that we should be shortlisting. In terms of HR, is there an accepted percentage of saying that if 100 people apply, at least there must be 10% or 20% of those numbers shortlisted? Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. But I'm covered on all other issues that are raised by honorable members. Thank you.
I think I'm sure it's one part that we forgot to add on the report, which we discuss even today in the morning. We finalize it with the staff to say maybe because it's 6 positions, so let's have a 24. Let's shortlist 24. So meaning it's four candidates times 6. My positions are 6. So for each position, we shortlist 4. So we are going to say 4 times 6 is 24. So we are going to shortlist 24 candidates, and I think it's fair. So that I remember with the NYDA there were 7 vacancies and we shortlisted 30. So with this one, we're reducing it with at least shortlisted 24, so that at least, yeah, it's fair. Honorable Hlongo.
Thanks, Chair. I want to check, Chair. We are shortlisting for 6 candidates. I thought I heard that it's 2.
We are shortlisting for 6 positions, positions, but we are going to fill immediately 2, and the other 4 later. But we are doing all 6 of them.
So when the time for our chairperson comes, we're not going to start the process again?
No, yes.
Okay.
We are finishing all of them now.
Okay.
Yeah. Honorable Ntokozo.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, mine are very short. The first one is on a first presentation. I just wanted to get clarity for Mr. Tembe, if about this half full term, which is regarded as a full term, right? My first question on that one is, are the candidates aware that the vacancy they are applying for is regarded as a full term? So that tomorrow, no one cries by us to say, I never knew that it's regarded as a full term. I thought, or what was, I just wanted to know, was it clearly specified on the people that applied that their term is going to be regarded as a full term, even if you enter in the middle? The second one, Chairperson, is on the second presentation. I just want to know, because I did not hear about this in the Excel spreadsheet that you will give us, was there any candidate who indicated that they had a criminal record? And then secondly, you know, Chairperson, on the issue of this candidate who applied 5 times, and I know my colleagues here will think I'm harsh, I just need an explanation of the system. the application system, that I will put all my details, my names, then I will say send. Then the system will say your application has been sent on. I need to understand that process before I can forgive this person who applied 5 times, because to me, it sounds like a very obsessive behavior that I may not understand. And you already have enough problems there in that CGE. You don't need more problems of weird people. But anyway, I just need an explanation of how that system works before I can maybe be persuaded otherwise on this human being who applied 5 times. Secondly, I also want to also understand further, if this person who applied 5 times, was it the same application word to word? Or was there any deviances from the first draft to the second to the 5th? Because if those are different, then I have a problem. Completely. It's not load shedding, Chair. It's not. It's a person who did applications, but the message in those applications is different. How do you then we want to say it's load shedding? It's not. It's a person who did those things deliberately. So if I can understand those two, Chair, maybe Shem, I will be moved to think otherwise. And then the last one, Chair, is the late applications. Those 3 late applications must just fall. I don't even want us to even want to talk about anything, because from the 26th of June, Chair, to the 18th of July, and then you want to give us late application. And you are just wanting to add people with bad behavior back to that CGE, which is making us to cry tears, literal. Do we want to go and accept people like that? No. You can find, and it's my worry, because you will find with those 3 applications, we might find the best candidate there. But you're still having a person who's having a very weird behavior. They may be the best candidate, but they don't take their work seriously. So I have an issue with those 3. They must just fall. We must just agree on that one. And maybe I can be persuaded on the Miss or Mrs. or Miss the application of 5 times. Thank you.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know whether they are Mr. or Mrs. or what, but all what I know is that there were 3 candidates who were affected by the system. Pony, was your hand up? I'm full. Let me firstly start by responding to the issue of Honorable Ntokozo. We don't mention that when people apply, we just send out an advert. And when they come into the system, that's when it's explained, because they know those vacancies that are vacant, it's because of the reason of the 2 commissioners who have resigned. So anyone who applies, it cannot be correct that a person applies and not do research. That will be very irresponsible. The only thing that is explained in Honorable Ntokozo, is that a person is informed that when i-term yakho ongene kuyo ile ocedelelayo, so see counter as a term. But also, even the act, those candidates must familiarize themselves with the act of CGE. That will be irresponsible for a person to apply and not familiarizing themselves with the act of CGE. Even last time, fortunately, the 2 panels who were appointing the commissioners, I was chairing those 2 panels in the previous term. So we take it that those people must be responsible. When it's a very critical position. It's a very senior institution. It's a Chapter 9 institution. So it tells you you must take yourself serious, and you must take that responsibility very serious. So any person it means when you apply for these positions, you understand what are you applying for. Yabo? So it's not an issue that we as members should be worrying ourselves with. And then coming to the dates of the appointment of commissioners, at least I've made my comment and I've requested the staff to write to CGE what we need the correct version of dates of appointment of commissioners as agent as possible. So before the end of our meeting, that information must be with us. Yeah. And you see, when coming to retention and continuity, honorable members, you know, we must not paint everyone with a black paint as if we don't understand, we don't know what was happening in CGE. We know exactly what was happening in CGE. And the issue of institutional memory, continuity, and experience is very critical for CGE, because one of the reasons that made institution to fail, it's this thing of taking out everyone, you know, and just bringing new blood without experience. And when they come to the institution, they tell us in English that they're not accountable to us, but they forget that it's us who send out the advert, and it's us who are shortlisting them. It's us who even recommended to them to the president for the president to appoint them. So we as honorable members, we are fortunate that we worked with them. We understand everything, and by virtue of them being there, it's obvious there's no way that you will sideline them. Shortlist, because you'll have to, when they take you to court, so you'll have to run around the courts and defend yourselves. Why didn't you shortlist them? Which country criteria they don't meet? It's gonna be another story. But they are subjected to the process in July, just like any other person who have applied. So, and unfortunately for them, the questions that we ask them, it's different from the questions that we're asking other new candidates, because Bona, they've been there in the institution. So what we ask them is high level questions that is different from what you're asking new candidates. And it goes further to even their performance, you know? So in terms of conflict management and so forth, remember when the institution fails and you are there, you must account to why. And they've been there, and positions were not filled, senior management positions were not filled. Why? What were they doing in terms of them, their responsibility as a governance structure? So I'm trying to say to make honorable members to understand and guard against other issues that will put us in a very problematic situation. But I'm just highlighting, I'm trying to explain to honorable members. So it's that. And in any foot. Yeah, Honorable PT, what we do in terms of advertisement, we look at all provinces, or go to what newspapers is commonly used by everyone. Usually we do that, but also it's we consider a budget that we are given by Parliament. So sometimes we can go to KZN City, Ilanga la Senatal or Isoles or whatever. And then we look at which one is the cheapest that we can afford, so that we can accommodate other provinces and put on that one pillar and not put our advert to make sure. And then we also look at the national newspapers, which one can we put our advert to. And then in this instance, we have taken City Press. So it's here, City Press is all over the country. Everybody reads City Press. and in other provinces, we also, and the other thing that we do consider is the language, our vernacular languages, and our, we do accommodate the Africans speaking people this time. Yeah, Idiberge. So we do consider them who are very reasonable. We try to accommodate everyone. So Honorable Boni cannot say can yes because there's Idiberge there. So we try to do that so that at least we allow participation, our citizens as much as we can. And then the other one was what? Yeah, provinces, late application, I don't even know who are the people who have applied late. Which provinces are they coming from? But if they are coming in a rural province, you are going to be unfair to them. It's true that myself and Honorable Hlongo, we were in the Eastern Cape, in Port St. John's, and Honorable Piri, and there, Honorable Mpiti, in Tektuai network, Indala, you'll have to drive and go out to another area for you to get network. So if you as honorable members, you want to deprive people who are coming from rural areas the opportunity not to be considered, then mina ngoche present a report again. If nina nisho kanjalo mina ngizoyenza into enishoyo. Yabo? But angaka into bangasenzela yona bangasichekela nje ukuthi babuya kuphi labantu abakhuluma ngapho. Yabo? So that we take an informed decision. Yabo? Because I'm not even sure who are they talking about. And then when coming to public comments, honorable members, what we do with regards to public comments, we take, we summarize all of them, and then we present them to the committee. And then it's up to the honorable members to decide on what do you think. Because the other thing that you cannot prove, you cannot just take a proof, information raw as is, and say it's ikoniso. Because anybody can write anything about the person, and it cannot be correct until Tina, we do our own screening from state security. It's a report. Nayo will come to the committee and present it to the committee so that you can see which ngempela lo muntu lo as criminal records that he act say you disregard this one, it's disqualification. So now we use that information according to what the act says. If you act it, you disqualify a person also, we disqualify that person. Disqualification is there, but in some instances, we give the candidate an opportunity to present herself or explain herself what is happening here. But because we avoid a situation whereby, but in a criminal case, quality 2 rand or 200 rand for shin. So we need to be considerate. We need to look at all those things because some charges, as in Ziwela, to a criminal record, yes, speed fine. We are, I'm sure none in a drive, 220 in our ticket. Our tickets, and it will reflect as a criminal record. But when you go to details and check what is this case about, asking the candidate, when you are unfortunately to shortlist a person will explain to you and will want also a proof. You remember we did it, most even NYDA would have done that. But people must come and explain what is this criminal record, and then people were able to explain what I'm kolota and then so those are the things that we look at. If there's nothing, there are other things that I did not cover, you can also answer, respond to them? Yeah, it will.
Thanks, Chair and honorable members. Most of the issues the Chair has covered it, but maybe to reiterate what she had said or restate. For instance, Honorable Mr. Mpiti asked a question to what extent that public comment impact on a person's candidates. So that one I just pointed out, then the committee has to make a decision, because perhaps just to add into that, if that public comment is going to affect the responsibility that person is going to discharge. So definitely, if it has been outlined what is in accordance with the Companies Act, and that person is going to occupy a fiduciary position, so then if it involves dishonesty, fraud, perjury, and the stuff as outlined in the Companies Act, then that person is ineligible. Actually, there's a difference between ineligibility and disqualification. So on that one, I think that person is disqualified or is ineligible. Then,
yeah,
Chair, I just want to ask for clarity. So are we saying that the state security report would be the one to formally, if for example, there's a situation like that, it would be that report, and basically public comments do not have any standing? Is that what I'm understanding? I just want to make sure I'm sure on this point. I don't know if I make sense with that question.
thanks, Chair. Yeah, I can proceed. I think in terms of the Constitution, it says, it's section 59(1)(a), it says the National Assembly must facilitate public involvement in the legislative and other processes of the Assembly and its committees. So the committee decides. It's not that the only one that is valid is the one from the state security. So the committee decides. So hence the discretion is given. It's not even given, it says it must, it's obligatory on the committee to involve public comment, the public in its processes. It's obligatory. It's not like on this act which says may be reappointed, which gives a discretion, because may, it gives a discretion. It's not like must, which is must and shall or should is obligatory on the committee. So that's the difference on that one. Then on the leadership skill, perhaps it should be pointed out that the position of a commissioner and a director is almost the same, as I've pointed. So they are the steward of the commission. Hence, that is the highest standard that is expected of them. So, as I've pointed out, that the act is clear. It says may be reappointed for one additional term. So there is a discretion. So may, it allows. So it depends on your discretion. But if it say must, it's obligatory. You must do this. It's sort of instructive. But if may, you have a choice. You exercise your discretion. Then on the issue of correspondence that bounced, that is outside my scope. Then on the issue of continuity, as I've pointed out, that the act say it may be reappointed for one additional term. So it's on the discretion. It's on the discretion of the committee may decide to say, no, we are not doing this for this reason, as long it meets the rationality criteria. So, because there's a rationality, the purpose, the end must meet the end. So on the issue of the gender roles,
I will explain kahle.
On the issue of rationality, the purpose must meet the end. So if the end result that is intended should like coincide with the purpose, if you intend to achieve something, so the purpose from the onset should coincide with the end result. So there mustn't be a discrepancy. That is, it's sort of kind that you don't divert along the way because your purpose is to achieve this thing. So that is the issue of rationality. I'm not sure whether I'm clear, Chair.
No, you are clear. Mina, I want honorable members to understand you better.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, now I was a part of these processes.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm doing this for their own benefit.
Then on the gender roles, where we say currently we've got 2 males and then the other are not. Actually, gender is it's a roles, it's a role clarification. It's not about the sexuality of the person who's there. So hence the committee must consider all the, we'll say, the different sexual groups, because it should consider males, it could consider the LGBTQIA+ community when making that. It's not like it must concentrate on the 2 biannual binary gender roles, which is the male and the female. So, but currently it has only 2 males. Then
it's not a cutting stone. It means when you look at the adverts, the applicants, you need to look whether they fit to be considered or not. They qualify to be considered or not. So if qualify, we can't force ourselves to put because we look at whether they qualify. If they qualify, then they must be considered for shortlisting. And remember, even after interviews, honorable members, they still have to convince us as a panel they need to be just like any, you treat them, that's not a disability or whatever. It's everyone, even a disabled person must perform in the interview, and we must be convinced this person we can consider. If this person doesn't satisfy or doesn't meet the criteria that we have presented and was not satisfied, then we are not going to consider that person. So that we must not frustrate ourselves, and then we find ourselves at the end of the day, we have taken people who are not fit and proper to be commissioners, and we recommend them to the president. At the end of the day, when they are failing there, we will blame who? The president. It's not the president, it's us who are putting the president in that situation. Okay, Honorable Dr. Temba, you can continue.
Thanks, Chair. on that issue, because I think you've covered the issue also of disability, because it's the geographic spread. The Constitution speaks about men and women, then the geographic spread and the demographics, that is in terms of the Constitution. Then the last one was that whether it was explained. Definitely it wasn't, because to the candidate, because when you put out an advert, you just say there are these vacancies. Then at the end, you cannot say you are looking, you are placing an advert for a position of a part-time. There's not that position that you can say part-time commissioner or full-time. So just say a commissioner. Then a decision is made on the vacancies that currently the committee is seized with so many vacancies, which are 2 part-time, and the rest, the 4, there is also 2 part-time on the 4 and 2 full-time on the 4. So that is where I can conclude my presentation, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tembe. Honorable Poni.
Thank you, Chairperson, and for the inputs and comments, responses that you have given so far. Chairperson, you touched on the point that talks to, and some of the members also mentioned it, the late submission of applications for this, the post that has been advertised. But I think also we will be faced maybe as a committee by 2 types of late submissions, by those who are also nominated by organizations. And what happens if I'm nominated by an organization out there, the organization informing me late, and my application arriving late here? I think there we need to, as a committee, really be clear in terms of those, because we cannot take responsibility of late submission, where if somebody nominates an individual, that organization must ensure that they inform the person timeously and make sure that they are submitting timeously also, so that none of their applicants is late in terms of submitting. But the ones that as a committee we can consider are those that in terms of network, as has been highlighted earlier on, network challenges, load shedding that has been taking place in our country, in several areas of the country. And then also that information needs also to be verified against what the admin of our committee admin or support team has in their offices, in terms of those who have indicated that I've been struggling to submit, and this is the WhatsApp or message deal with that out there. Not it cannot be the task of the committee to solve their problems. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Boni, I hear you, but maybe let's get bababuya kuphi labantu benu? Bababuya kuphi labantu benu? Laba baba 1 minute, 30 minutes, it's 30 minutes and 1 minute. Bababuya kuphi? 1 minute past 12, and then that one is 12 minutes past 12. Yeah? 1 minute past 12. Sheriff.
Chair, look, Chair, 1 minute, you miss it by 1 minute, you miss it by 12 minutes, you miss it by 3 hours, right? Late is late. And we need to be fair. If we say we're going to accept 5 minutes late, we should also accept 3 hours late. And I agree with Honorable Bonnie. We have to figure out why was there a delay? Maybe you'll come and find that 2 out of the 3 just submitted late because they were like, oh, I need to submit today, and they left it for last minute. So I do think that we need to find out what is
them tell us,
the reason
tell
for
us,
being
please,
late.
guys.
Thank you, Chairperson. So when members receive the Excel spreadsheet, so the Excel spreadsheet basically takes all those 34 questions that was in the Google form and just puts it into Excel. There's no changing from any of the staff here. ICT just transport the Google form, all that information. So as opposed to a Word document, you will get an Excel spreadsheet with exactly the same information. So part of what was submitted, in terms of the late submissions, on number 167 was on the 19th of July, 1 minute past midnight. Applicant 168 was at 28 minutes past midnight on the 19th of July. And then 169 was at 8:49 a.m., which is 10 to 9 the morning, the 19th of July. But this, the one that was done at 8:49 had already submitted before. So that person, even though they were a late submission at 10 to 9, this person had already submitted within the required time frame before. So this was the second time they've submitted. But the other 2, 1 minute past midnight and 28 minutes past midnight, those 2 applicants didn't submit before. Maybe Neliswa can explain in terms of queries that were received, just to clarify in terms of Ms. Mareko's question around somebody being nominated and then calling to say they didn't submit in their application form. As I reiterated in the document we sent to members, the moment somebody nominated and sent an email through to Neliswa, there'd be an automatic email back to the person who's now sending the nomination to say, kindly note that all persons that are wanting to be applicants have to complete the application form. This is the link and this is the closing date. So whether it was sent via email or via WhatsApp, that was the automated response. Immediately, the person would receive the information to say, you must fill out the application form. This is the link and this is the closing date. But maybe we can just request Neliswa to indicate to members what were the queries received in relation to what was raised by members. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to start with the one, those application we received at 12:01. That candidate did send me a WhatsApp at 5 to 10 and she showed me exactly what's happening with the form, the Google form. And she was saying that she was trying to submit the application, but the form was no longer accepting response. Thereafter, after she has
at what time?
At 5 to 10 midnight. Okay. At night 21:55. Sorry.
Which province is that?
She's Eastern Cape, Queenstown. This one.
Okay.
So I responded to say I will check with the IT person, which I did. Apparently at that time, the application was closed at that time. That was before the closing time. The closing time for submission was 12 midnight.
So is the one who became late with 1 minute?
Yes.
Oh, but you are being unfair, guys. She communicated
yes.
With Neliswa before.
Why are you doing your application on the last day at 10 o'clock at night?
I know. But also it's Eastern Cape. And Queenstown, electricity.
You know, Chair, the problem of Queenstown is that I don't know, maybe it's because of that municipal being put under administration. There are moments where you really find them, you can't even find our own comrades on the basis that they could not even charge a phone on the basis of the problem of electricity there. That I know for a fact because I am deployed in the Eastern Cape. Wait.
Yeah, we don't have to be unfair.
So
Chair,
we also do understand that we have challenges when it comes to IT. And I think what we need to appreciate is the fact that they've communicated before the closing time, Chair. You know, it's a different story if the candidate has not communicated, but they have communicated that they're facing challenges, and that was 2 hours before the closing time. And also appreciating the fact that sometimes you do have a problem on the IT side of things with the form not being acceptable and accepted, and she has communicated, or he or she has communicated to Neliswa on time the challenges that she's facing. So, Chair, I don't want us to be unreasonable in terms of knowing the challenges of electricity network and everything, but also greatly appreciate the fact that they reached out to indicate that they're struggling. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. OS2, the second one is coming from where? Oh, the second one is the one she submitted. And then, where is not vague? Where is that? Oh, Gauteng. So did she communicate with you? She did not communicate with you.
No, Chair. The one from, no, she did not communicate with me.
It's
only.
You know, Chair, we're really trying our best here. I think the one of the 1 minute after 12, on the basis that the system problem was ours and not theirs. I think we can consider that one. But the other one, obviously, the one who applied on time and then again re-up, it's fine. Also, that one we can consider that one. But this one from Gauteng, who just decided to apply 20 minutes after there's no indication of anything, there was no system problem, no anything. I think that one must fall out.
Okay. Okay, Honorable Boni, what ways? Oh, in fact, okay, good.
No, Chair, thanks. I was covered by Honorable Masiko, because I think that is why verification is also important, and the admin support committee also being able to say this one communicated timelessly or before, and then but also submitted. So I think as a committee discretion and our final say, but I think we cannot just penalize those who have really actually made effort to communicate their challenges also, despite the load shedding and everything, but communicating and highlighting your frustrations or challenges is also important, but IT comes from us. We should have also made sure that everything is running and up, but because of load shedding, there wasn't much we could do, I think. Thank you, Chair.
No, it's fine, Honorable Pen.
Chair, just a quick question. So Neliswa mentioned that there was indeed a problem with the system on the 18th of July around 10 p.m. It said that it closed, but it didn't close. What's to say that that application at 20 past 12 didn't have the same technological issues that the one of 1 minute past 12 had, especially if we are saying that there was a technological issue from our side. And so even though that person did not communicate, what's to say that they didn't have the exact same problem applying than the one at 1 minute past 12? So I think perhaps we should just take a uniform decision whether we are going to accept all the late submissions or we are not going to accept the late submissions, just to have a uniform approach, because if there was a ITC issue, how many other people struggled with the ITC issue? Thank you, Chair.
Chair, just, as Honorable Sharif is speaking about this, I'm just thinking, what about those who didn't have the means to communicate via WhatsApp? to Uneliswa, and they were experiencing the same problems. So my question now is that, look, we can either accept the 3 or not accept the 3. But the point of
There
the
are only
matter
two,
is that,
Angit.
sorry,
There are
true.
only 2.
Oh, true.
Yeah, because when they were checking this one, already she submitted before. Yeah, yes, so she was submitting as to like the one obsession of 5 times.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So my
just
question,
to make sure.
my question then becomes, if we do accept it, those 2 applications, and then people come back and say, but I had the same problem and I couldn't communicate, what do we do with those people?
Angithi sisebenza ngento ebhaliwe. We are working on what we have received. The system parliament has already captured the information. So a person can claim, because the system, yes, bonisa, nas bonus. These things are here. So anything that is not here, I
So is the system able to see who was on that particular night?
It
and
registers.
So in that night, it was just only those 2 people. And there was no one else. All right. No, then that makes sense. That makes sense. All right.
Yeah. That's why it's going to law or 30 minutes. It's bigger ukona already. Yeah. It's only 2. So we're accepting these ones because of integrities, technical problems. Okay. Utin Pir. Okay. 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 Oh, thank you very much, honorable members. Any other thing? Can I get a mover for the adoption of the 2 documents? And our proposal that honorable members will go home and go through your emails, go through each and every CV that is here. You will see it yourselves, ne? Even the CVs, what they were presenting, it's there. You can see. So that tomorrow you must not say, it's staff they presented and the chair, and till now we didn't see these things. It's here in the system. So can I get a mover for the adoption of the 2 documents? And the second, Honorable Piri.
Thanks, Chair. I move for the adoption of the 2 documents. And as we have agreed that we accept even the late applications, bearing in mind as we request with the adoption, Neliswa, can we get emails? Check with us, please, so that all of us, we get the document tonight. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Piri. Can I get a seconder? Mpiti?
Chair, I second the adoption of the 2 documents with the fact that table 1 on page 2 in the second document will be amended. Thank you.
Table 1. And EP document. Yeah, CGE. Le date of appointments angithi iyo le table le yakhuluma ngayo Mphithi. Awukabafoneli. Hayi kanti nina nisebenza kanjani? Why don't you delegate? Nangabe uthazi nimi lapha yana why ungabacelanga? Or abontshanje? Hayi no. Yekela lento ibhalayo lapha. Fonela labantu ukuthi sifune document. Awunayo wena Herman. Ngoba nina ngiyazi ISD nayo le information yalabantu. Who can check for us? Ngoba bangazi ba amend izinto laba basedlukhujana. Umuntu angasabhala ukuthi ungene nini abhale it wrong. Okay, Crystal, honorable members, there was a question, Honorable Dogozo, she did ask about any of the applicants who have indicated of any criminal record and so forth. Crystal, have you finalized that information?
Yes, Chair, I've sent it to Cash find a document that can be circulated to members, but if you want me to go through it quickly,
you can
I can do that. Okay, so let me first, in terms of the duplications, I quickly looked at all those applicants that applied more than once. So for the first one, 44 and 145, there's just a different contact number across the two applications. And they also uploaded the two different qualifications in the applications. I think part of the problem is that the form allowed you to say employer one, employer two, to fill it in like that, and also to upload multiple documents. But I think some people might have struggled or not understood how to do that. And so they applied more than once with a different applications.
Oh, instead of adding,
they then they applied again and added a different document.
Yeah.
Or added a different employer in that. So so for the one with the 5 applications, in the first one there's a different address to the 4 other applications, but then when in the second, third, fourth, and fifth, it's the same thing where the person then uploaded their different qualifications under 2 different applications. Instead of adding it in the original application, they reapplied and added the document.
Maybe a person thinks staying in Northern Cape, thinks in Kuruman, they won't find him or whatever, and then she uses another address.
Yeah.
It's those things.
In 67 and 68, in the first application, the applicant did not put their full address, then they did it in full the second time, so that's the only difference. 95 and 150, again, they also amended the address, it wasn't in full, and they also then listed employer 1 and employer 2 in 2 different applications as opposed to putting it in one application. In 108 and 111, it was just that they made an amendment to the motivation to serve as a commissioner. So all the information is exactly the same, it's just they made a slight amendment to when they put in the information where the question asked, why do you believe you should be selected to serve as a commissioner? They just added some information there. And the same for the last one, 120 and 121. They also amended their address and then the motivation to serve as a commissioner. When looking at the criminal convictions, there are 2. It's 90 and 168. 168 is one of the late submissions, just to point out. But the part of the problem is that the follow-up question that was the first question was, have you been convicted, yes or no? And then the second question was, if yes, provide the details. And in both cases, the applicants didn't provide any additional information. So that next block, that section is blank. The person in both cases has just said yes, and there's no further information provided in those 2 instances. So I've put it in a document that can be sent to members. So when you're looking at the different applications, you will have that as a guide, just to show you where the duplications and those things in terms of criminal convictions are. Thank you.
But she does it.
She submitted late, but she didn't say what the criminal conviction is. She didn't give the details.
So other applicants, did they submit indicated them?
There was only 2. They submitted, now they don't have criminal convictions.
No, thank you very much, Crystal. For as long as we do have that information, and you will see when you read all these things, honorable members, and even after shortlisting and when we publicize the CVs, we'll still get comments. Others, they will tell us this one is claiming to be having a degree, but the last time we check, she just have a matric. So now a degree, a fly-by-night degree. So those things, they come, and we also make follow-up with institutions. We check, we verify the Human Resource Department does a verification of those things even before we start the interview. And unfortunately, if they are shortlisted, there's no turning back because the person have written those things. When they come in, we start with that. Last time in our interviews, we had a candidate who did not write about criminal records. And when the state security gave us a report, it was said that person has a criminal record. In fact, even the degree was not finalized, was not finished. It was a half baked degree. And then she had criminal cases, Zama not paying petrol at petrol stations and so forth. So Tina, when you come here and we are asking, we are interviewing you, we ask all those questions that were your confidential things you did not write down. Yeah, and we don't become lenient. We say it because now it's no longer a private, there's no paia there. You are here, we're asking you in the panel, you'll have to explain. So candidates who have applied, they must know all these things, that our interviews are open for public. So we can't even hide things, even if he's your friend, Ntokozo, or is Nazli's friend, or is Masondo's friend. Yeah, we grill you. Yeah, as it with no favors. We don't care whether ANC or IFP of what. Yeah, when you are here, we ask you questions. You must respond. So there's no comrade here. You are all candidates, whatever. So I think that one is clear, honorable members. But thank you very much to our staff members for the hard work we have done, because honorable members don't know that when you start a project like this, you have sleepless nights, and even myself, I have sleepless nights because I call you even at 12 midnight. How many people how many application have you received? You know, so how have you resolved this problem? You know, I fight with the staff, and it's because even myself, I you know, I'm stress because I want things to be done correct. Yeah, we don't want to be litigated in any form. So thank you very much to our staff members.
Recording stopped.
For you, we're not going to have all these good reports and guidelines and criterias and whatever. It takes a lot of time to prepare all these things, honorable members. So, but thank you very much for the good work that you are doing for us. I think we have come to the end of our meeting. Or is there anything? Is there anything?
Just to indicate what time to start tomorrow.
Tomorrow morning we are starting at, is it 10 or 9:30? Okay. What time do you want us to start? 9:30. Okay, because it's gonna take long, ne? Shortlisting is not an easy thing. So today you must rest after reading these documents, because
recording in progress.
The guidelines, the criteria that you have adopted, because tomorrow when you are busy now, you'll have to be, the medulla oblongata will be working a lot. I think we're done, except where the document that we are requesting. Also, let's hope it's not COVID, the deck pad, because we don't want you to contaminate us, please. COVID. Yeah. So, honorable members, you are going to get that document tonight, and even tomorrow we can discuss. But I was not sure about Metabula if this was her second term, so we need to double check, ne? she converted to full-time. She's got 1 term.
She started as a part-time, then she converted to full-time. And I'm not sure whether the term that she served it's within the first term of the second term.
Okay.
But the table there says that she's not eligible. Because it says here there's the last column that says eligibility for second term. And then it says no.
Anyway, there's no need. I heard it from Nelly so that she did apply.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Masiko, ufuna ukuthini sengiyavala?
I just want to check whether I'm reading and interpreting this shortlisting criteria correctly for when I'm reading through the CVs in the afternoon, in this evening. It says here that in terms of educational standards expected, the CGE Act is clumsy on it, which means that there's no specified criteria. But on page 6, it says that the skills must are spread across diverse social science fields with different specialists. So,
yeah, you're right.
Yeah, no, I just want to,
You're right, because it does not specify ama qualifications okokuqala nje.
Yeah.
Yabo? And abanye abantu they've been involved in issues gender, the gender activists. Abanye abantu they have gained skills as where they are.
NPOs.
NPOs and NGOs. And abanye yeah, and they've abanye they do get ama trainings.
Yeah. I was going there because there's also that strong element that is also being raised of monitoring and evaluation and academic report writing and all of that.
No, we do consider them Masiko.
Okay.
Because you may not have a degree, but you have other skills. So that's why it's important for you to go through all the CVs, so that abanye they've been leading kuma structures, abanye ko COSATU, abanye koma lokujan bo UN and what they do have all those skills and experience. So that will also help you. So that that's why you must refrain from looking at ama qualifications kuphela. You look at all the aspects as value criteria.
Okay. I just wanted to confirm that.
Yes.
Was you have one on the other,
yeah,
and then you have
no, you're right to
something
help
on
other
the
members
side.
too.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
Maybe just to add to that, Chair, because the Act in terms of Section 3.1, it only places two. It say the person must have be knowledgeable about the object of the commission. Secondly, it's about having had experience on gender issues, which is sort of activism. So the other one, knowledgeable and experience. Those are the two criteria enlisted in Section 3.1A of CG Act. So there's nothing beyond that in terms, but now you have to look at the person, because it does that, it performs its function through education, lobbying, investigation, monitoring, and evaluation. So those are most of the functions which the person said to be knowledgeable are enlisted in Section 11 of the Act. It's when now you see that there's monitoring and evaluation, all those lists, it's from 11A, it's 1 up to J. So those are then the person must be knowledgeable on all those aspects. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, and the other thing is that even ourselves as the panel, I get it when a person you interview a person, nani you can see Gucci, this one you can be confident about this candidate Gucci when she's or he is or they appointed a person will do will be able to perform or not. Yeah, well, it's easy to assess as and when, because the purpose of an interview is to assess and examine a person through the question that you're asking. Because again, a person here, I'm answers, it's not yes or no. A person must elaborate, and tell us so that we can know this person better, because we don't know these candidates. There are very few that maybe you will know, but most of them we don't know them. But when they're here in the interview, that's where you start seeing and making comparison. But this one, maybe she can be given an opportunity, or he can be given an opportunity, or they can be given an opportunity. So that is the purpose of our interviews most of the time. So we are not looking at one aspect. So that's why you need to prepare yourself. Masekuzago interview, you need to prepare yourself and be ready as honorable members, and try to look, Google amanyama interviews in other places. How do they do interviews, so that you also empower yourself. What is expected from you as a panel member, and when you are sitting here, because actually each and every person uzenzela your own notes and your scoring. So at the end of the day, we consolidate what you have given to each candidate. But if you're not sure, I don't know, but we have empowered honorable members enough with information, advices, where you're not sure, feel free to call, whether myself or Dr. Tembe will be able to assist you, honorable members. Where you are reading and you are not sure, we'll be able to assist you. Don't be afraid to call and ask. But we're looking for the best. Remember, most of the people who are applying, you'll be surprised. Others are professors. Dr. Tembe can tell you, you'll think that people sometimes who are not able to answer questions, it's only people who doesn't have metric. No, even professors, they come here, you ask a question, a professor is not able to answer the question. So having a degree, it means nothing if you can't, you don't have ability to sell yourself and tell us and answer questions correctly. So there are many things, you will see it yourselves. But you need to show a smile just to make candidates to relax a bit. I know now when people they enter here, they say I'm too serious. I don't know whether I must change and do what, but I try to make them relax. Honorable Putin Masiko can share with you. They think, I don't know, when I'm sitting here, I become like what? Because I'm still the very same Tlantla. It's only that, when you go to other interviews, the room is not friendly because you are not used to these honorable members. It's a high level a place where we have never dreamt that you'll be here. And the other thing, there's pressure that people are watching you on television. Whatever you say, people in the townships or in your suburbs, your friends will be saying, hi, but sometimes I make people to relax a little bit, and yourselves, you must give them smiles, so that at least, they must relax. Because it's not easy to be in an interview. But I think, thank you very much, honorable members. Tomorrow, our meeting will be starting at 9:30. The meeting is adjourned.
Record.